Are you a fresh candidate or a reciter? Are you preparing to write the Ghana Teacher Licensure Exams? Then you are at the right page. To join our discussion platform, WhatsApp say icon on the following given numbers. Now the first one, 059 381 7141. The second number, 055 602 9979. Thank you. Ghana Teacher Licensure Exams, October 2025. The duration is 2 hours. This is JHS Mathematics Past Questions. Now with the JHS Mathematics, we have 60 multiple choice questions that are to be answered. So without wasting my time, let's begin with question 1. A mother distributes her 98,000 Ghana cedis inheritance among her 3 children. So with the 3 children, we have Opoku, we have Sewa, and Adumaku. So these are the 3 children. Now, Opoku receives 3 out of 5 of Sewa's share. So first of all, let's represent Sewa's share as, let's say, Y. So if Sewa's share is Y, then Opoku receives 3/5 of Sewa's share, while Adumaku receives 1/4. So Adumaku received 1/4 of Sewa's share. So how much more does Sewa receive than Opoku? So first of all, let's find the value of Y. Now, one thing is common. That is, we know that these 3 children are sharing a total inheritance of 98,000 Ghana cedis. So meaning that when we sum up their individual shares, that should be equal to the total amount of inheritance. So we can say that Opoku's share plus Sewa's share plus Adomaku's share must be equal to the total inheritance of 98,000 Ghana cedis. So now let's simplify the variables. 3 on 5y plus y plus 1/4 y. So this is 37 on 20y, and this must be equal to 98,000. In simplification, focus on the coefficients. The coefficient of 3 on 5 plus here there is 1 plus 1/4 plus 1/4. This will give you 37 on 20. Then you attach the y. So now let's solve for y. To solve for y, you can multiply each term by the LCM. So what is the LCM? The LCM here is 20. We're going to multiply each term here by the LCM, which is 20. So here by 20, here by 20. So 20 will cancel out, leaving 37y, then 98,000 by 20. So 1,960,000. So what do? We divide each side by 37. This side by 37. 37 will cancel out. We have y. Okay, so 196,000 divided by 37. That is 52972.9. 97. So this is the worst share of the inheritance. That is the worst share. But we are looking for how much more Sewa received than Opoku. So let's also calculate Opoku's share. Opoku's share of the inheritance. Opoku's share of the inheritance. Okay, so that is 3/5 of Sewa's share. So 3 out of 5 by 52972.97. That is for Sewa's share. So let's see. 3/5 of Sewa's share. Okay, so we have 31,783.78. So this is Opoku's share. So now, can we calculate how much more Sewa received than Opoku? Yes, we should be able to calculate that. So now, this is Sewa's share of the inheritance. This is the money for Sewa, and this is for Opoku. Now, let's find the difference. The difference 52972.97 minus 31,783.78. So let's see. 52972.97 minus 31,783.78. So this is what we are getting. 21189.19. But remember, we are to correct our answer to the nearest Ghana cedis. So to the nearest Ghana cedis, that is 21189. 21189. So we go for option A. Question 2. Amma gave 1/3 and 1/4 of a bar of chocolate to Kwame and Afi respectively. So this is a bar of chocolates. So out of this bar of chocolate, 1/3 and 1/4 was given to Kwame and Afi respectively. Now we are dealing with fractions. Once we are dealing with fractions, one thing is for sure. The whole, that is the whole bar of chocolates, in terms of number, is represented as 1. So in fractions, the whole is represented as 1. So for this whole, she gave 1/3 out and 1/4 out. So let's calculate the remaining fraction of chocolate. 1 minus 1/3 minus 1/4. 5 out of 4. So this is the fraction of chocolate that remained. Now, what did Amma do to the remaining fraction of chocolate? She also gave 1/5 of the remaining chocolate to her sister. So now let's calculate 1/5 of the remaining fraction of chocolate. 1/5 of the remaining fraction of triplets. So this gives us 1 on 12. Now, what is our goal here? Our goal here is to find the fraction of triplets that is left with armor. So initially, the remaining fraction of triplets was 5 out of 12. And out of this 5 out of 12, she gave 1/12 to her sister. So now we can calculate for the fraction of triplets left. Fraction left. So fraction left will be the difference. 5 out of 12 minus 1 out of 12. So these are like fractions. So we just write one of the denominators and then we subtract the numerators. 5 minus 1, 4. So 4 out of 12. Question 3. We are to write the expression square root of 3 raised to the power minus 4 multiplying 5 raised to the power 2 using positive rational powers. So we can solve this by applying the laws and properties of indices. So first of all, this whole expression can be written as 3 raised to the power minus 4 multiplying 5 raised to the power 2. Then again, we know that in indices, square root of a number, so let's say square root of a, is the same as the number raised to the power 1 on 2. So this can also be written as 3 raised to the power minus 4 by 5 raised to the power 2, all raised to the power 1 on 2. So now we have 3 raised to the power minus 4 by 5 raised to the power 2, all raised to the power 1 on 2. So we are going to expand with the index. We are going to expand with the index. How do we expand with the index? So we pick the first expression, 3 raised to the power minus 4. Then we multiply by the outside index, that is 1 on 2. Then by second expression, 5 raised to the power 2 by 1 on 2. So we can simplify the index. Minus 4 by 1 on 2. So this gives us minus 2. Then this by 5 raised to the power 2 by half, that is 1. And there is one property of indices. 3 raised to the power minus 2 is the same as 1 on 3 raised to the power 2. So this by 5. 5 raised to the power 1 is still 5. So finally, we have 5 on 3 raised to the power 2. We go for A. Question 4. If A is an integer, then we are to list the members of the set T given by the inequality 4 less than or equal to 2 minus A less than 12. So there is a double inequality because we have two inequality signs. Now the standard way of representing a double inequality is this way. So we have a number, we have the inequality sign, then we have a variable. So here the variable is A. Now one thing about the variable is that the variable must always be positive. The variable must always be positive, then followed by inequality and a number. So this is the standard way of representing a double inequality. So with this particular information, we are going to manipulate the given inequality until we arrive at the standard way. Now with this particular inequality, let's look at the middle expression. See that in the standard inequality, the middle expression, there is only a variable. But in this particular expression, we have a number and a variable. So the first thing we are going to do is that we are going to do away with the number. The number here is positive 2. So to do away with positive 2, we have to subtract 2. And in doing so, we are going to subtract considering all the terms. Now the outside term here is 4. So 4 minus 2. We have our less than or equal to the middle expression. 2 minus a. So we are going to subtract 2 from the middle expression. We have our inequality sign, and then the outside term, 12. We are going to subtract 2 from 12. We are going to simplify. 4 minus 2, that is 2. Less than or equal to. So this positive 2 and negative 2 will cancel out, leaving minus a less than 12 minus 2, that is 10. From the standard way of representing double inequality, as we said, the sign, or sorry, the variable here must always be positive. The variable here is negative. So we need to manipulate it to get the positive variable. So the only way we can do that is by multiplying each term by -1 or dividing each term by -1. So we are going to divide each term by -1. We're going to divide each term by -1. So we have -2 less than or equal to positive a less than -10. But we know that in inequality, anytime you divide each term by negative number, what happens to the sign? The sign changes. So we have -2 greater than or equal to a greater than -10. So now the next thing, we also said that in the standard way, the inequality sign must always point to the left. It must always point to the left. But what are we seeing now? The two inequality signs are pointing to the right. Pointing to the right. So what do? We have to manipulate again so that we can change the inequality sign to the left. So to do that, we are going to split this double inequality into their individual inequality. Double because it's made up of two inequalities. We are going to split them into their individual inequalities. So the first inequality will be -2 greater than or equal to a. This is the first part. And the second part is a greater than -10. And indeed, when you combine these two individual inequalities, you will get the original inequality. So now the first one, how do we change the sign pointing to the right so that we can get the sign pointing to the left? So now let's look at something. We know that 5 is greater than 3. So if 5 is greater than 3, can we also say that then it implies that 3 is less than 5? Yes, that is true. 3 is less than 5. So with this particular information, if -2 is greater than or equal to a, then we can also say that a is less than or equal to -2. So this is the first one. We've been able to manipulate it to get the desired inequality. Now, how do we also manipulate this? So if a is greater than minus 10, then it also follows that minus 10 is less than a. Minus 10 is less than a. So now we have the sign pointing to the left. So now let's combine them. Let's combine them. Combine them, we just swap positions. We are going to begin with the right hand side because the standard way the number comes before the variable. So minus 10 less than a, then followed by the other inequality, a less than or equal to minus 2. So now can we combine this individual inequalities as one? Yes. So that is minus 10 less than a. A is common, so we are going to write one of them. Then less than or equal to minus 2. So now we can say that set T is minus 10 less than a less than or equal to minus 2. So can we list the elements since a is an integer? So the elements, so that will be, because there is no equal sign, we are going to exclude minus 10. So we are going to begin with minus 9, have minus 8, minus 7, minus 6, minus 5, minus 3, no, minus 4, sorry, minus 4, minus 3, so minus 2 inclusive, minus 2. So which element are we selecting, or which option are we selecting? The right option should be that of B. B is the right answer. Question 5. A teacher in JHS taught only mathematics and science. So only two subjects, mathematics and science. So we have our Venn diagram. We are representing the first circle as mathematics, the second circle as science. Now 110 students offered these subjects. So that is our universal set, 110. The number of students who offered science was twice the number of students who offered mathematics. So more students offered science than mathematics. But specifically, we have twice the, the number of students who offer science is twice the number of students who offer mathematics. So if we represent the number of students who offer mathematics as y, then twice of y will be 2y. Now, how many students offered mathematics only if 10 students offered both subjects? So we are looking for this region, mathematics only. So now let's fill mathematics only. Mathematics only will be y minus 10. Science only will be 2y minus 10. And we know that y minus 10 plus 10 plus 2y minus 10 should be equal to the universal set, 110. So y plus 2y, 3y, and minus 10, positive 10, they will cancel out, leaving minus 10 equal to 110. So 3y should be equal to 110 plus 10. 3y will be 110 plus 10, 120. So we divide each side by 3. Y is 40. Y is 40. But then we are looking at the number of students who offer mathematics only, this particular region. So that is giving us y minus 10. And we know y as 40. So 40 minus 10, that is 30. We go for B. Question 6. Let U be the universal set and A, B, C subset of U. So U is an odd number between 0 and 17. So let's list the elements of the universal set. Odd numbers between 0 and 17. So we have 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and 15. So the elements, sorry, the set A has these elements: 1, 5, 7, and 9. Set B, we have 5, 7, 9, and 11. Then set C, 5, 13, and 15. Now we are to find the elements of the set A union B or complement intersection C complement. So first of all, let's find the elements of the set A union B. So A union B is just a combination of the set A and B. So we're going to combine A and B. A and B have 1, 5, 7, 9, and 11. So now let's find A union B or complement. What is the meaning of A union B or complement? So we are looking at elements in the universal set that cannot be found in the set A union B. So we are comparing A union B in the universal set. Elements in the universal set that cannot be found in the set A union B. So we have 3, we have 13, and 15. So these are the elements of the set A union B or complement. And the next one, let's also find the elements of the set C complement. For C complement, we are looking at the elements in the universal set that cannot be found in the set C. So let's list them. So that is 1, 3, 7, 9, 11. Yes, that's all. That's all. So that is C complement. Now A union B all complements intersection C complement. So now let's focus on these two sets. This A union B all complements and C complement. Their intersection, so elements that can be found in these two sets. So that is 3. 3 is common to the two sets. So that is 3. We go for option A. Question 7. If 1, 2, 1 base x is equal to 1, 2, 1, 1 base 3, then we have to find the value of x. So to find the value of x, we need to make sure that these given numbers are in the same base. So let's change them to a common base. So we are going to change each of the numbers to base 10. So now the left hand side, 1, 2, 1 base x. How do we change this to base 10? So we need our index. So 0, 1, 2. So we have 1 by x raised to the power 2 plus 2 by x raised to the power 1 plus 1 by x raised to the power 0. This must be equal to the same procedure. We are going to change 1, 2, 1, 1 base 3 to base 10. So we need our index 0, 1, 2, 3. So the same procedure. 1 by 3 raised to the power 3 plus 2 by 3 raised to the power 2 plus 1 by 3 raised to the power 1 plus 1 by 3 raised to the power 0. So let's see. 1 by x squared. So this will give us x squared. 2 by x simplified as 2x. Then we know that x raised to the power 0 is 1. And 1 by 1, that is 1. Now 3 raised to the power 3, that is 27. 27 by 1, 27. 3 raised to the power 2, 9. 9 by 2, 18. 3 raised to the power 1, that is 3. 3 by 1, 3. And then 3 raised to the power 0, that is 1. 1 by 1, 1. So we have x squared plus 2x plus 1 equal to 27 plus 18 plus 3 plus 1, 49. So this is 49. So we can see that we are getting a quadratic equation. Let's rearrange it. So x squared plus 2x plus 1 minus 49 is equal to 0. X squared plus 2x, 1 minus 49, that is negative 48 is equal to 0. So we just solve this with the help of the calculator. So let's solve this using the calculator. So we end up getting two values of x. Now the first value of x is 6, and the second value of x is negative 8. Because x is a base can never be negative. So we select the positive value of x, which is 6. Eight. What is 1001 base 2 in base 7? So the first thing we are going to do is that we are going to change it to base 10 numeral. So to change it to base 10, we need our index 0, 1, 2, 3. So we have 1 by 2 raised to the power 3 plus 0 by 2 raised to the power 2 plus 0 by 2 raised to the power 1 plus 1 by 2 raised to the power 0. So let's simplify. 2 raised to the power 3 is 8. 1 by 8, we have 8. 2 raised to the power 2, 4. 4 by 0, 0. 2 raised to the power 1, that is 2. 2 by 0, 0. And then 2 raised to the power 0, that is 1. 1 by 1, we have 1. So we have 9 in base 10. Next, we are going to convert 9 in base 10 to base 7. So we can apply the idea of reminders. So we have 7, that is the base we are looking for, 9, and remainder. So let's see. 7 goes into 9. 7 goes into 9. This is 7. 7 goes into 9. That is 1, remainder 2. Since the number here is less than the base, we leave it as it is. So this will be our final result. 1, 2 in base 7. B. 9. Find the value of W, given that 1 W 3 in base 5 is the same as 48 in base 10. So the first thing we are going to do is that we need to make sure that the base on the left is the same as the base on the right. On the left, it is in base 5. On the right, it is in base 10. So we are going to change base 5 to base 10. So we need our index. We have 0, 1, and then 2. So 1 by 5 raised to the power 2 plus W by 5 raised to the power 1 plus 3 by 5 raised to the power 0. This is equal to 48 in base 10. So you know that in number basis, a number without a base is in base 10. So this is another way of writing 48 in base 10. So now let's simplify. 5 raised to the power 2, that is 25. 25 by 1, 25. 5 raised to the power 1, that is 5. 5 by W, 5W. 5 raised to the power 0, that is 1. 3 by 1, 3. And this must be equal to 48. So we have 5W. 25 plus 3, that is 28. And this must be equal to 48. So we have 5W equal to 48 minus 28. So 5W, 48 minus 28, that is 20. Because we are looking for W, we divide each side by 5. So W is 4. 10. We have to arrange the following fractions in descending order. So these are the fractions. We have 0.72, 67%, 0.8, and 3 on 4 in descending order. Descending order means from biggest to smallest. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to convert everything to percentages. So 0.72 to percentage, we are just going to multiply by 100. 0.72 by 100, that is 72%. So that is for the first one. 67%, it is already in percentages, so there is nothing we are going to do. Then 0.8 by 100, this also gives 80%. And then the last one, 3 on 4 by 100, that is 75%. So now let's arrange them. So what is the biggest percentage? 80% first, and followed by 75%, followed by 72%, and the last one is 67%. But in the original question, not all of them were given in percentages. So let's replace by the original values as given earlier in the question. So 80%, that is 0.8. 75%, so that is 3 on 4. 72%, it was given as 0.72, and then 67%. In the original question was given as 67%. 30%. So which one should we select? A or B? So we select A. Question 11. How many liters of 30% and 5% sugar solutions are needed to make 10 liters of 15% sugar solution? So now let's try to get an understanding of this particular question. Now this question is about making solutions. Now in science, when we talk about solution is just a mixture. It is a mixture of liquid and the solids. That is about solution, liquid and solids. But the solids here is given as sugar. But the liquid, we don't know the specific liquid. But for the sake of discussion, let's assume the liquid is water. So they have two different solutions. Now the first solution, we don't know the capacity of liquid in the solution. In other words, we don't know the quantity of water in solution A. But then we are told that solution A is made up of 30% sugar. Now we also have a second solution. Again, we don't know the capacity of water in solution B, but then we know that solution B is made up of 5% sugar. Now our goal here is to make a new solution. We want to mix, or we want to create a new solution by mixing these two solutions, by mixing solution A and solution B. But then for the final or the new solution, this is what we want. The new solution, we want the quantity of water in the new solution to be 10 liters. And again, the percentage of sugar in the new solution should be 15% sugar. So that is the understanding of the question. So we have one solution which contains 30% sugar, second solution which contains 5% sugar. We want to mix these two solutions to get a new solution. But with this new solution, the quantity of water in the new solution should be 10 liters. And again, the percentage of sugar should be 15%. So now we have the understanding. So the first thing we are going to do is that we are going to represent the quantity of liquid in solution A and solution B with a variable, because we don't know the actual quantity or the actual capacity of liquid in A and B. So we are representing the quantity of water in solution A as X and the quantity of water in solution B as Y. So we can set up our first equation based on the quantity of liquid. So quantity of liquid should guide us to set up our first equation. That is, the quantity of liquid in solution A plus the quantity of liquid in solution B must be equal to 10 liters. Equation 1. Now equation 2, we can also set up our second equation using the amount of sugar. So the amount or percentage of sugar in the two solutions. Now, solution A is made up of 30% sugar. So 30% is the same as 30 on 100. So 30 on 100 times the quantity of liquid in solution A, that is X. So this can be simplified as 0.3 X. So that is the percentage of sugar in solution A. Now, what is the percentage of sugar in solution B? 5%. 5%, that is 5 out of 100 times the quantity of liquid in solution B, that is 1. So this can also be simplified as 0.05y. So with the final solution, what is the quantity of sugar or the percentage of sugar? That is 15%. So it is made up of 15% sugar. Okay, so 15% sugar. So what is 15% of 10 liters? 15 15% is 15 out of 100 times the quantity of liquid for the final solution, 10 liters, so 10. So 15 on 100 by 10, that is 1.5. Second equation must be equal to 1.5, equation 2. So now let's solve these two equations simultaneously. Let's solve for these two equations simultaneously and see our final results. So we can do so using the calculator. So let's see. Zero 0.05, 1.5. Okay, so x is 4 and then y is 6. Remember, we are looking at capacity. So in liters. And we also know that x belongs to solution A, the first solution. So that is the 30% sugar. And then this is for solution B, that is a 5% sugar solution. So what should be the answer? So the 30% sugar solution has the capacity of liquid as 4 and the 5% has a capacity as 6. So we go for option A. 4 liters of the 30% solution and 6. Next, a certain junior high school student, after spending 2 feet of her money on transport and 1 seat on cosmetics, was left with 6 Ghana cedis 50 pesos. So you can say that let original money be, let's say, y. Now out of the original money, she spent 2 feet of it on transport. Again, she spent 1 seat of the original money on cosmetics. And after all these spendings, she was left with 6 Ghana cedis 50 pesos. Now let's simplify the left hand side. Y minus 2 on 5y minus 1 on 6y. This gives us 13 on 30 y. So this should be equal to 6 cedis 50 pesos. Now because we want to solve for y, we need to multiply each term by the LCM. So the LCM here is 30. So here by 30. So 30 will cancel out, leaving 13y. And then 6.50 by 30, 195. Again, we divide each side by 13. So 13 will cancel out. Y is 15. Y is 15. So meaning that the original money was 15 Ghana cedis. But then she needs to buy a mathematical set. And we know that the cost of the mathematical set is 16 cedis 50 pesos. So now let's calculate her balance. Now she's left with, after all these spendings, she's left with 6 Ghana cedis 50 pesos. But then she needs a total of 16 cedis 50 pesos to buy the mathematical set. So let's calculate for balance needed. So the balance that she needs is 16 cedis 50 pesos minus 6 cedis 50 pesos. So this gives us 10 Ghana cedis. So meaning that if indeed she wants to buy the mathematical set, then she needs 10 Ghana cedis. But the question was that what fraction of her original money should she collect from her auntie? So we are comparing the actual money that she needs to the original money she collected from her auntie. So that is the balance that she needs, 10 Ghana cedis. Yes, 10 Ghana cedis divided by the original money, 15 cedis. So that is the idea. 10 Ghana cedis divided by the original money. And this gives us 2/3. 2/3. So 10 Ghana cedis is actually 2/3 of 15 cedis. So she needs 2/3 of the 15 Ghana cedis so that she can be able to buy the mathematical set. But from the alternatives, it is 20 on 30. 20 on 30 that has the same value as 2 on 3. When we reduce 20 out of 30 to the lowest form, you end up getting 2 on 3. 13. According to the 2021 population census, the population of Ghana is approximately 30.8 million. Now, if 51% of the population are females, then we have to express the total number of males in standard form. So let's find the total number of males. So if 51% of the entire population are females, then it means that 49% of the entire population are males. So 30.8 million. So this is 49 on 100 by 30.8 million. So let's see. So this gives us 15.092 million. Now the next thing we are going to do is that we are going to write 15.092 million. So that is 15.092. Then you multiply by a million. Let's multiply by a million. You know that million is 1 and 6 zeros. So that is how we write million. So this gives us 15092000. So now let's write this number in standard form. So in standard form, we are going to move the decimal point until we get to the first significant number. So that is 1.509200 by how many steps did we move to the left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 steps. So by 10 raised to the power 7. But looking at the alternatives, see that this side was corrected to 2 decimal places. So to 2 decimal places, that would be 1.51 by 10 raised to the power 7. So option D. 14. Ama, Esi, Ya, and Efua had a 100 meters race competition, which lasted for a minute. If each person completed the race by these fractions, so that of Ama, fraction of time for Ama, 3 on 5. Fraction of time for AC, 1 on 4. The fraction of time by Ya, 2 on 3. And fraction of time by Efua, 1 on 2. So respectively. Respectively means in that order as we have done. So respectively of the lasted time with the race. Who was first? Remember, we are looking at race. So for race, the one with the least time is always the winner. So that is about a race. The one who is able to complete the race using the smallest time or the least time is the winner. So if that's the case, this is what we are going to do. We are going to find out which of these fractional times is the smallest. So the one with the smallest fractional time will be declared the winner. So let's look for a common unit. We are going to change everything from fraction to percentages. So in order to convert to percentage, what do? We just multiply by 100. Multiply by 100. Multiply by 100. Multiply by 100. So the smallest percentage will be declared the winner. So 3 on 5 by 100. So 60%. Next, 1 on 4 by 100. So 25%. Next, 2 on 3 by 100. 66.67%. Then half of 100, that is 50%. So what is the least percentage of time? That is 25%, which goes with 1 on 4. And it was AC who had this time. So AC is the winner. 15. 10 students of Kwame Krum JHS took 9 days to weed the school compound. So 10 students took 9 days. So how long would 15 students take to weed the compound? So since we don't know the number of days, let's represent that as n, assuming they are working at the same rate. So the main quantities in the question here, we have number of students and number of days. These are the two quantities. I will revisit that. But first of all, these quantities are in proportion. So the first one, 10 students is to 9 students, is in proportion to 15 students is to n students. Now 10 is to 9 can also be written as a common fraction. So 15 on n. Now, this is where we have to be cautious. First of all, we need to identify the type of proportion. So basically, we have two types of proportion. We have direct and indirect. So how does these two quantities relate? Number of days, number of students, and number of days. So in reality, we see that anytime we have more students clearing a piece of land, it will take them less number of days. So as the number of students increases, it will take them fewer days to clear the piece of land. On the other hand, when we use fewer number of students, it will take them more days to complete the work. So we see that as the number of students increases, causes a corresponding decrease in the number of days. So this is an indirect proportion. Indirect. Because as one quantity increases, it causes a corresponding decrease in the other quantity. So since the relationship that exists here is an indirect proportion, before we cross multiply, we need to interchange either the denominators or the numerators. So in my case, I prefer interchanging the denominators. You need to interchange the positions of the denominators. You can also interchange the numerators, so you have to select the one you prefer. As I've said earlier, I prefer interchanging the denominators. So now we have 10 out of n being equal to 15 out of 9. So now we can cross multiply and cross multiply. So let's see. 10 by 9, that is 90. N by 15, 15n. So we can divide each side by 15. So what is 90 divided by 15? That is 6. So it means that it will take them 6 days. 6 days to complete the work. And it makes sense because 10 students, it took them 9 days. 15 students, so the number of students has been increased. So we expect that they use fewer number of days. So it makes sense, 6 days. 16. An old man rode his bicycle to cover a distance of 15 kilometers in 5 minutes. What was the speed of the bicycle? So looking at the options, they want the speed in kilometers per hour. Basically, we know that speed is given by the formula distance divided by time. So since we want the speed in kilometers per hour, the required distance should be in kilometers and the time in hour. So now let's see. The distance was given as 15 kilometers. So there is nothing wrong with the distance. But the the time was given in minutes, 45 minutes, but we want the time in hour. So what do? We have to convert 45 minutes to an hour. Now we know that every 60 minutes is equivalent to 1 hour. This time we have 45 minutes. So 45 minutes divided by 60 minutes times 1 hour. So this gives us 3/4 of an hour. 3/4 of an hour. So the time here should be 3/4 of an hour. Now let's simplify. So the speed will be, now let's focus on the numbers. I can write it this way: 15 divided by 3 on 4. And this is the same as 15 by 4 on 3. So what is 15 by 4? 15 by 4, that is 60 on 3. So finally, the speed will be 20 kilometers per hour. 17. Uncle Atu bought a piece of land for 10,000 Ghana cedis at Kaswa. So this is the original price. The original price of the land. In a year, the value of the land appreciated by 22%, meaning that there is an addition of 22% to the original value of the land. What will be the price of the land at the beginning of the third year? So first of all, let's calculate the value of the land. So value of land at the end of the first year. So at the end of the first year, what will be the value of the land? So we know that in percentages, the original quantity is taken as 100%. So now there is an addition of 22%. So the new value will be the original value plus the new addition, which is 22%. So in terms of percentage, the original percentage was 100% plus the new value, which is 22%, giving us 122%. So the value of the land after the first year will be 122% of 10,000 Ghana cedis. So this is 122 on 100 by 10,000 Ghana cedis. So let's see the value. These two zeros will cancel out. We have 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. So 12,200 Ghana cedis. So this is the value of the land after 1 year, which is also the same as the value of the land at the beginning of the first year. So the value of the land at the beginning of the first year is also the same as the value of the land at the end of the first year. So now let's also calculate for the value of the land at the end of the second year. So at the end of the second year, we are still using the 22% appreciation. That is, after every year, there is a 22% appreciation. So going into the second year, this is the value of the land. So it will be taken as 100%. So plus an extra 22%, giving us 122% of the new value of the land. So the new value of the land is 12,200 Ghana cedis. So this is 122 on 100 by 12,200. Let's see. 122 on 100 by 12200. Okay, so that is 14884 Ghana cedis, 14,884 Ghana cedis. But take note, this is also the same as the value of the land at the beginning of the third year. It's also the same as the value of the land at the beginning of the third year. So that is 14,884 Ghana cedis. So we go for option G. 18. 5 years ago, Ali Baba's age was 7 times that of his son, Salifu. 5 years from now, his age will be 3 times that of his son. What is the ratio of their ages now? So let their ages now be, so Ali Baba, we are representing his age as X, and then his son as Y. That is their present ages. Now let's find their ages 5 years ago. 5 years ago. So 5 years ago, Ali Baba's age was his present age minus 5. His present age minus 5. And then his son. So his son's age 5 years ago was Y minus 5. It makes sense. So let's say now your current age is 20. So how do we calculate your age 5 years ago? So we just subtract 5 from your current age. So if their present ages are given as X and Y, then their ages 5 years ago, we are going to subtract 5 from their present ages. So, but 5 years ago, what was the relationship between their ages? 5 years ago, Ali Baba's age. So 5 years ago, Ali Baba's age was X minus 5. So his age was 7 times that of his son. So it was 7 times that of his son's age. So Y minus 5. Now let's simplify. X minus 5 will expand 7Y minus 35. So we have X minus 7Y equal to minus 35 plus 5. So X minus 7Y should be equal to minus 30. So this is our first equation. Now, 5 years from now, that is 5 years to come. 5 years to come. 5 years from now. 5 years from now, can we write an expression for their ages? So currently as we speak, Ali Baba's age is X. So 5 years from now, his age will be X plus 5. Then his son's age. Currently, his son's age is Y. So 5 years from now, his son will be Y plus 5 years old. So what will be the relationship between their ages? 5 years from now. So 5 years from now, 5 years from now, Ali Baba's age will be 3 times that of his son. So 5 years from now, Ali Baba's age is giving us x plus 5. But his age will be 3 times that of his son. So y plus 5. So x plus 5 should be equal to, and we expand 3y plus 15. So x minus 3y being equal to 15 minus 5. So x minus 3y is 10. This is our second equation. Equation 2. Now let's solve these two equations simultaneously. This is equation 1, this is equation 2. So we are solving this using the calculator. We are solving it using the calculator. So these are the values that I'm getting. X is 40 and y is 10. X is 40 and y is 10, meaning that Ali Baba's age now is 40 years and his son's age is 10 years. But we are asked to find the ratio of their ages. So the ratio of their ages, we are looking at Ali Baba's age to his son's age. So that is 40 is to 10. 40 is to 10 in the lowest form. That is 4 is to 1. So we go for option B. 19. Ernest was paid his first salary of 50,000 Ghana cedis in 2015. So his salary in 2015. Salary in 2015, 50,000 Ghana cedis. Now his contract promised 5% increment every year. We are to find the total amount he received if he resigned from the job at the end of 2017. So now let's also calculate the salary in 2016. Remember, in 2015, there wasn't any increment. The only increment, or the increment, started taking effect after 2015. So in 2016, what will be his new salary with the 5% increment? We know that in percentages, the original quantity is taken as 100%. So now there is an increment of 5%. So the new percentage increase becomes 105% of the salary of the previous year, which is 50,000 Ghana cedis. So this is 105 on 100 by 50,000 Ghana cedis. So 105 on 100 by 50,000 Ghana cedis. So this gives us 52,500 Ghana cedis. Now his salary in 2017. Salary in 2017. So 5% increment. So the previous salary is taken as 100% plus a 5% increment, taking the total percentage increase as 105%. But this time off the previous salary for the year. So the previous salary for the year was 52,500 Ghana cedis. So this is 105 on 100 by 52,500 Ghana cedis. So 105 on 100 by 52,500. So salary in 2017 was 55,125 Ghana cedis. Now we are to find the total amount received. Total amount. Total amount received from 2015 to 2017. So in 2015, the salary was 50,000. 2016, 52,500 cedis. And in 2017, 55,125 Ghana cedis. So now let's find the sum. Let's add. Let's add and see the total. 50,000 plus 52,500 plus 55,125. Okay, so we have a total of 157,625 Ghana cedis. So in total, you received 157,625 Ghana cedis. So that is C. 20. The total annual enrollment in a certain primary school, which is in hundreds, for the year 2000 to 2023 is given by the model E is equal to 50.64 minus 0.058 x squared plus 1.162x, where x represents the number of years after 2000. You have to find the highest enrollment of the school within this period to the nearest whole number. Okay, so these two key items will guide us to solve this particular question. Now, what can we say about the enrollment model? In other words, the enrollment function. The enrollment function is a quadratic function. So in the xy plane, the general quadratic function is of the form y is equal to ax squared plus bx plus c. So there is a general form of a quadratic function in the xy plane. Now we want to see the behavior of a quadratic function. Now basically a quadratic function has two shapes. So now let's identify the shapes of a quadratic function in the xy plane. So the shape of a quadratic function can be a U shape or an N shape, either a U shape or an N shape. Okay, so when do we get a U shape and when do we get an N shape curve? Now, the shape of the curve is determined by the coefficient of x squared. It is determined by the coefficient of x squared. Now, anytime the coefficient of x squared is positive, we get a U-shaped curve. So the quadratic function that can produce the U-shaped curve will always have the coefficient of x squared as positive. Take note. So here, a is positive. A is positive. Now, anytime the coefficient of x squared is negative, we get an n-shaped curve. So the curve that can, or the function that can produce the n-shaped curve will always have the coefficient of x squared as negative. Please, the emphasis is on the coefficient of x squared. The emphasis is on the coefficient of x squared. So as you can see, the coefficient of x squared here is negative. So that will produce an n-shaped curve. Now, a U-shaped curve is a minimum curve. Take note. A U-shaped curve is a minimum curve, and an N-shaped curve is a maximum curve. So this is a maximum curve. So that is one thing you should know. Now, the next thing that we are going to do is to determine how we can calculate for the minimum point and the maximum point of a quadratic curve. Now, to calculate for the maximum or the minimum point, so either the maximum or the minimum point of a quadratic curve. So because it is a maximum or minimum point, because it is a point, it has two coordinates, x coordinates and y coordinates. It's given by the formula minus b on 2a. Take note of this formula, minus b on 2a. Now this formula will enable us to determine the x coordinates, of the maximum or the minimum point. So if you are looking for the x coordinates of the maximum or minimum point determined on the shape of the curve, this is the formula that we would need, minus b on 2a. Now back to our main question. Now, this is the enrollment model. So instead of y, they've replaced y with e, showing that e represents the enrollment. So the enrollment is giving us 50.64 minus 0.058x squared plus 1.162x. But let's arrange this into the general form of the enrollment model. So the general form will be of the form ax squared plus bx plus c. So the x squared term first. So minus 0.058x squared followed by the x term 1.162x, then plus the constant term. The constant term is giving us 50.64. So we need to determine our a. So this is our a, the coefficient of x squared, and this is our b. Now we are looking for the highest enrollment. Now, can we determine the shape of the enrollment function? Because the coefficient of x squared is negative, this is a maximum curve. So this will be the shape. Now, instead of y, this is an enrollment model. So this is e, this is x. And because the coefficient of x squared is negative, this is a maximum curve. Now, as we are told in the question, we have to find the highest enrollment. So the highest enrollment goes with the maximum point on the curve. Now, how do we calculate the x component or the x coordinate of the maximum point? So the maximum point of the x coordinates, we know the formula. The formula is given as minus b on 2a. So what is b? So minus 1.162 all on 2. We have a as negative 0.058. So now let's see the result. Minus 1.162 on 2 multiplying negative 0.058. Okay, so we have we have 10.02, that is to 2 decimal places. But remember, we were asked to correct our answer to the nearest whole number. So to the nearest whole number, that will be 10. It will be 10. So nearest whole number. But then, for this particular question, there is an error in the question because the question was looking for the highest enrollment. The highest enrollment will be E. The highest enrollment will be E. So, in actual sense, if the right alternatives was given, then to calculate for the highest enrollment, what do? We just substitute the value of the x coordinate of the maximum points, giving us to the nearest whole number, that is 10. So minus 0.058, 10 squared plus 1.162, 10 plus 50.64. So let's compute and see. Minus 0.058, 10 all squared plus 1.162 by 10 plus 50.64. So the highest enrollment is 56.46, but it is supposed to be in hundreds. From the first statement, the total annual enrollment in a certain primary school, which is in hundreds, So you have to multiply this by hundreds. So we will get the highest enrollment as 5646. That is 5,646. This should have been the right answer for the highest enrollment. But looking at the alternatives, it seems they were looking for the number of years it took to get the highest enrollment. So remember that x represents the number of years. So it is only after 10 years. It is only after 10 years from 2000 that they were able to reach the highest enrollment. So with this, we go for C, so that in future time, if they provide the actual or the right alternatives, this is how you go by the actual answer. Just substitute the x value of the highest enrollment into the enrollment model, and that will give you the highest enrollment within the period. 21. Mensa and Afi were offered jobs by two companies. Mensa's company offered to pay him 450 cedis per week, and that of Afi offered to pay her 10 Ghana cedis per hour. Now, another group, Favor and Mohammed, were also offered jobs by two different companies. Now, Favor's company paid 2,700 Ghana cedis per month, and Mohammed company offered to pay him 48,000 Ghana cedis per annum. So that is per year. If all of them were asked to work for 40 hours per week, so maximum hours per week here is 40. Which of them had a better deal? So to get the one with the better deal, we need to calculate their offers in terms of 1 unit. We'll see that for Mensa, it was given per week, Afi per hour, Favor per month, and Mohammed per year. So we should calculate their offers in 1 unit. So let's calculate it in terms of what they will receive in a year. So in a year, when it comes to Mohammed, it has already been given. So for Mohammed's offer is 48,000 Ghana cedis per year. So that is Mohammed. We are done with Mohammed. Now let's also calculate that of Favor. So for Favor, that is 2,700 Ghana cedis per month. 2,700 Ghana cedis per month. So per year, we have 12 months in a year. So per year, his income will be 2,700 by 12. So per year, Favor will receive 32,400 Ghana cedis. So we are done with Mohammed and Favor. Now let's begin with that of Mensa. So for Mensa, the offer was 450 cedis per week. But how many weeks do we have in a year? We have 52 weeks. So in a year, he will receive 52 by 456. Because we have 52 weeks in a year. So 52 by 450. Okay, so this is the offer. 23,400 cedis per year. And then finally for Afi is offer in a year. Now, Afi's offer was given per hour, and the maximum number of hours per week was given as 40 hours. So first of all, in a week, let's find out the amount of money she will receive. So 10 Ghana cedis for an hour, and then she's working for 40 hours. So for a week, she will receive 10 Ghana cedis by 40. So that is 400 cedis per week. Now per year, we have 52 weeks in a year. So 52 by 400 cedis. So this is 20800. So now let's compare. Mohammed per year 48,000 Ghana cedis. Favor per year 32,400 Ghana cedis. Mensa per year 23,400 Ghana cedis. And Afi per year 20,800 Ghana cedis. So which of them had a better deal? So the one with the larger income per year. 48,000 Ghana. So that is Muhammad. So it is Muhammad who had a better deal. 22. 5 times a number is 4 more than the number. Find the number. So first of all, let's represent the number. Let the number be n. Now 5 times the number. 5 times the number. So 5 times the number, that is 5 multiplied by n, 5n. Now 4 more than the number. 4 more than the number. So 4 more than the number, that is n plus 4. It makes sense. Let's say we have a number 10. If I ask you to write a number which is 4 more than 10, obviously the number will be 14. How did we get the 14? We just added 4 to 10. So if the number is n, and then we are looking for an expression for 4 more than the number, we just add 4 to n. Now, what is the relationship? 5 times the number, so 5n, is 4 more than the number, so n plus 4. So we have 5n minus n. This gives us for 5n minus n, that is 4n. We divide each side by 4, so n is 1. The number is 1. 23. The sides of a scaling triangle are, so let's represent our scaling triangle. We know that for a scaling triangle, the lengths are of different sides. So the length of the first side, y plus 7. The other side, y plus 9. And then the third side, y plus 6. Now, what is the value of y if the distance around the triangle is 40 centimeters? So the distance around the triangle. So when we add up the length of each side, it should give us a total of 40 centimeters. Now y plus y plus y, 3y, 7 plus 9, 16, 16 plus 6, that is 22. And this must be equal to 40. So 3y will be equal to 40 minus 22. So 3y will be 40 minus 22, that is 18. So we divide each side by 3. So we have y as 6. 24. The sum of 3 numbers is 36. The second number is thrice the first number. So let's represent something. Let the numbers be, so the first, the second, and the third. So these are numbers. Now the second number is thrice the first number. So if the first number is n, then the second number will be 3 times. So thrice means 3 times. So that is 3n. Whilst the third number is twice the first number. So twice also means 2 times. 2 times. So the third will be 2n. Twice the first, so 2n. But we know that when we sum up these 3 numbers, it should give us a total of 36. So now let's find the number first. First of all, let's find n. Let's find n. So n plus 3n plus 2n, 6n. So we divide each side by 6. n is 6. But what are we looking for? We are looking for the third number. We are looking for the third number. So the third number is represented as 2n. 2n, meaning 2 multiplying 6. This gives us 12. 25. An athlete initiates her morning routine with 28 push-ups, increasing it by 16 push-ups every 15 minutes. Calculate the total push-ups attempted during the second hour of a 3-hour training session. So there's a 3-hour training section. So each section takes a duration of 1 hour. Now this is how the athlete does the push-ups. So now let's begin with the first hour training section. So the first hour training section. So the first 15 minutes. Because we are told the athletes began with 28 push-ups. So the first 15 minutes, we have 28 push-ups. Then after 15 minutes again, so that will be 30 minutes. He increased the push-ups by 16. So 28 plus 16, we have 44 push-ups. Then another 15 minutes. So 15 minutes after 30 minutes, that is 45 minutes. So he will still increase the push-ups by 16. So 44 plus 16. So 60 push-ups. Then the final interval of the final training for the 1 hour training section. So that will be 60 minutes because we know that every 60 minutes is 1 hour. He will still increase the push-ups by 16. So this gives 66 push-ups. So that is for the first hour training section. Now the second hour training section. Second hour training section. So the first 15 minutes. So for the last push-ups, he did 76. He did 76 push-ups. So he will still increase the push-ups by 16. So 76 plus 16, that is 92 push-ups. Then after 15 minutes again, he will still increase the push-ups by 16, taking it to 108 push-ups. Then 15 minutes, he will still increase it by 16 push-ups, so 124 push-ups. Then the final minutes, you still increase it by 16 push-ups, taking it to a total of 140 push-ups. So our goal here is to calculate the total push-ups attempted during the second hour of a 3-hour training section. So the total push-ups for the second hour training section. So we need to add them together. So 92 plus 108 plus 124 plus 140 push-ups. So let's calculate and see. 92 plus 108 plus 124 plus 140. 464 push-ups. But looking at the alternatives, we don't have 464 push-ups, so it means this will be a bonus question. But the right answer should be 464 push-ups. So here to be a bonus question. 26. Amma is 2 years older than her brother Kofi. So let's write the relationship that exists between their ages. So this is Amma and this is his brother Kofi. Now we are told that Amma is 2 years younger than her brother. So if her brother's age is A, then Amma's age will be A minus 2 because she is 2 years younger than his brother. Now in the next 3 years, in the next 3 years, so in the next 3 years, let's see Amma's age. So in the next 3 years, Amma will gain an extra 3 years to her present age. So this is simplified as A plus 1. Now in the next 3 years, his brother Kofi will gain 3 years to his present age. So these are the expression for their ages in the next 3 years. Now in the next 3 years, what happens? The sum of their ages will be 24. So in the next 3 years, Ama's age plus Kofi's age should be equal to 24. So we have A plus 1 Ama's age plus A plus 3 Ama's age, Kofi's age should give us a total of 24. A plus A, that is 2A, 1 plus 3, we have 4. So this should be equal to 24. So 2A will be equal to 24 minus 4. So we have 2A being equal to 20. Because we are looking for A, divide each side by 2. So A is 10. So if A is 10, then it means that Kofi is 10 years old, and then Amma will be 10 minus 2. That is 8 years old. But we are being asked to find Amma's age. Now that is her present age. So Amma's present age is 8 years. 27. We have to factorize the expression 9t squared minus 4j squared. Now let's focus on the numbers. Now we can write 9 in index form. 9 in index form, that is 3 raised to the power 2, then t squared. We can also write 4 in index form, that is 2 raised to the power 2 j squared. Now 3 squared t squared can also be simplified as 3t all squared, and then 2 squared j squared can also be simplified as 2j all squared. So now there's a difference of 2 squares. How do we factorize difference of 2 squares? So let's say we have a squared minus b squared. How do we factorize this? We just focus on the basis. So we write or we subtract the basis. So in one bracket, then we multiply by another expression, but this time we are going to add the basis. So this is how we factorize difference of 2 squares. So here, the first base here is 3t minus the second base 2j in one bracket, multiplying the first base 3t plus the second base 2j. So we go for option B. 28. 2 bags were brought to the luggage weighing point at an airport. 4 times the weight of the larger bag exceeds thrice the weight of the smaller bag by 50 kilograms. So now let's represent something. So we can say that let the weight of, so the first one, the larger bag be X, and then the lighter, or let's say the smaller bag as Y. Now we are told that 4 times the weight of the larger bag, 4 times the weight of the larger bag exceeds thrice the weight of the smaller bag by 50. So this is a larger bag. 4 times, so this 4 times the weight of the larger bag exceeds, that is more than, exceeds thrice the weight of the smaller bag. So thrice means 3 times. So 3y by 50. It makes sense. So 4 times the weight of the larger bag exceeds thrice the weight of the smaller bag by 50. So we can manipulate this. We have 4x minus 3y giving us 50. So that is our first equation, equation 1. Now let's see whether we can set up the second equation. Now, if the difference in weight of the bags is 6 kilograms, so that is the weight of the larger bag minus the weight of the smaller bag should give us 6. So that is our second equation, equation 2. Then what is the weight of the larger bag? So we have two simultaneous equations. So let's solve this with the help of the calculator. So equation 1, we have 4x minus 3y is equal to 50. And for equation 2, we have x minus y giving us 6. So we have x as 32 and then y as 26. We are looking at weight, so in kilograms, but we are looking for the weight of the larger bag. The weight of the larger bag is represented as x, so 32 kilograms. 29, we have to evaluate the expression x minus 3 minus y cubed all on 8 minus z, given that x is 5, y is minus 2, and then z is minus 3. So let's do the substitution. X is 5, so 5 minus 3 minus y is minus 2, so minus 2 all cubed, all on 8 minus z, so z is minus 3. So we have 5 minus 3 minus, so minus 2 all cubed, minus 2 all cubed, that is minus 8. So minus 8, then we have 8, so minus of minus 3, that is plus 3. So we have 5 minus, so we have 3 plus 8, two negatives, so that will be positive. Then 8 plus 3, we have 11. So 5 minus 3 plus 8, 11 on 11. 5 minus 11, that is negative 6. Negative 6 on 11. Negative 6 on 11. We go for option B. 30. The price of the first kilo of beef costs 30 Ghana cedis. Take note. First kilo costs 30 Ghana cedis. Now, each additional kilo costs 50 Ghana cedis. We are to write a mathematical expression that can model the amount of money you would pay for buying X number of kilos. Now, let's get the understanding of what we are supposed to do. Let's say we bought 6 kilograms of beef. Let's say we bought 6 kilograms of beef. We want to calculate for how much we are going to pay. In other words, the total cost. So the first thing we are going to do is that the first kilo, we have to pay a fixed price, which is 30 cedis. Now, after paying for the first kilos, how many kilos are left? So we'll be left with 5 kilos. There are 6 kilos. We've paid for 1 kilo. So we are left with 5 kilos. We are left with 5 kilos. And then for the 5 kilo, each kilo we have to pay 50 Ghana cedis. So that is the whole idea. So now back to what we are supposed to do. So the total cost for the first kilo, we have to pay a fixed cost, which is 30 Ghana cedis. Now, the total weight of the beef is X kilos. And for this X kilos, we have already paid 1 kilo. So what will be the remaining kilo? The remaining kilo will be X minus 1. So this is the expression for the remaining kilo that is yet to be paid. So the remaining kilo will be X minus 1. Now, what is the cost of each kilo? Talking about each additional kilo. Each additional kilo costs 50 cedis. So now let's simplify. We have 30 plus 50x minus 50. So 50x then minus 50 plus 30. We can simplify the numbers. So 50x minus 50 plus 30, that is minus 20. So this will be the cost. The cost in Ghana cedis. So we go for D. 31. Find the domain of the function. So f of x given a square root of 1 minus 2x. So what do you mean by domain of a function? So for domain of a function, we are looking at values of x that makes the function define. That makes the function define. So let me break it down this way. Now let's find out the behavior of certain categories of numbers inside the square root. Now let's find the square root of any positive number. So let's say square root of 4. We know that square root of 4 is 2. Now let's also find square root of 0. Square root of 0 is also 0. Now last, let's also find the square root of a negative number. So let's say square root of negative 16. So square root of negative 16 on the calculator, you see something like math error. So math error means it is undefined. In other words, it does not exist. Does not exist. So for square root of a given expression or square root of a number, it is only defined whereby the number is equal to 0 or the number is positive. So positive here means it is greater than 0. So these are the two conditions that makes an expression inside square root defined. First one is that whatever is inside the square root can be equal to 0. Once it is equal to 0, it is defined. It is defined here means that we are going to get a value, or after doing the substitution, we are going to get another value or an answer. So that is one condition. What is inside the square root can be 0. It will make the function defined. 2, what is inside the square root must also be positive. Positive here means it should be greater than 0. What makes it undefined is when what is inside the square root is negative. So negative here means it is less than 0. But since we are talking about domain, we are looking for values of x that will make the function defined. So because the expression is inside the square root, then it means that for f of x, that is a function, to be defined, then what is inside the square root, that is 1 minus 2x, must be greater than 0, and also it can also be equal to 0. So greater than or equal to 0. What is inside the square root must be greater than or equal to 0. Now let's solve for x. So we have minus 2x greater than or equal to minus 1. We are looking for x, so we need to divide each side by -2. Once we do that, what happens? So -2 will cancel out, leaving x as greater than or equal to. So this will give us positive half. Now we know that in inequality, anytime we divide by a negative number, what happens to the sign? The sign changes. So we have less than or equal to half. So how do we write the domain? So the domain of f of x will be x is such that x is a number of real numbers. That is every number. X belongs to all real numbers. But then x must be defined when x is less than or equal to 1 or 2. So that is the domain. Let me write it here. So the domain is x is such that x is a number of real numbers. But again, x must be less than or equal to 1 or 2. So that is the domain. So we select option C. (32) Given the piecewise function f of x. So first of all, what is a piecewise function? A piecewise function is a function that is defined using different rules. So for this piecewise function, it is defined using 3 different rules. So this is the first rule, the second rule, and then the third rule. So what does the first rule tells us? The first rule tells us that anytime the value of x is less than -2, then strictly we go by this particular function. Now the second rule is telling us that anytime x is found within this range, -2 less than or equal to x, less than 3, then strictly we go by 5. And the third rule is saying that anytime the value of x is greater than or equal to 3, then we go by this rule. So take note of this information. Now the first one, we have to evaluate f of 4 minus 3f of negative 2. So what then is f of 4? F of 4 means that we are to plug in 4 anywhere we see x. We are to plug in 4 anywhere we see x. So meaning that x is giving us 4. So when x is 4, which rule are we going by? So clearly we go by the third rule because 4 is greater than 3. So we are going to plug in 4 into this given function. So let's see f of 4. So f of 4, we are going by the function 5x minus 3. And we know that f of 4 means that anywhere we see x, we just plug in 4. So f of 4, 4 is 20. So 20 minus 3. So what is f of 4? F of 4 is 17. Next, let's hold on with the negative 3, but let's focus on f of negative 2. F of negative 2 here means that x is negative 2. Now, when x is negative 2, which function are we selecting? So negative 2. Yeah, I could see negative 2. So we'll go for straight away. It is 5. It is 5. So f of negative 2. Because there is no x in the rule, the value is 5. So f of negative 2 is 5. Now let's put everything together. F of 4 minus 3 f of negative 2. What is f of 4? F of 4 is 17. F of 4 is 17. So 17 minus 3 multiplying f of negative 2. F of negative 2, we had 5. So 17 minus 15. Then 17 minus 15, that is 2. Go for C. 33. A function f is defined by, so f of x is giving us kx plus 3, and then g of x is giving us 2x minus 4. Now we are told that g of f of 2 is 34. Now what is the meaning of g of f of 2? Meaning that we are to plug in 2 into g of f. G of f of 2 means we are to put 2 into g of f. So first of all, let's find g of f. Let's find g of f. So g of f also means that we are to plug in f into g. So g is giving us 2x minus 4. So anywhere we see x, we just plug in f. So f is giving us kx plus 3, then minus 4. Don't get confused. Here's what we are doing. We are putting f of x into g of x. So how do we do that? So anywhere we see x, we replace it with f of x. So you will see that in place of x, for g of x, we have kx plus 3. So now let's simplify. So we can expand 2 by kx, that is 2kx, and then 2 by 3, that is 6, then minus 4. So we have 2kx plus 2. So now let's find, so this is g of f. Now let's find g of f of 2. So meaning that we are placing 2 into g of x. So anywhere we see x, we just substitute that with 2. So we have 2k. Now in place of x, we have 2. Then plus 2. So again, this is simplified as 4k plus 2. So that is g of f of 2. But what is g of f of 2? We know that g of f of 2 is 34. So with this, we can just equate the expression for g of f of 2 to 34. So we have 4k plus 2 being equal to 34. So 4k is 34 minus 2. 4k is 32. So we divide each term by 4. What is k? K is 8. 34. A farmer with 180 meters of fencing wants to enclose a rectangular plot adjacent to a highway. What is the largest area that can be enclosed? So we have our rectangular plots. Now we are told that one side is adjacent to a highway. So we are representing this side as adjacent to the highway. Now if this side is adjacent to the highway, what is the meaning? Now it means that this side shares a common boundary with the highway. And because it shares a common boundary with the highway, we cannot apply the fencing material on this side of the plot. So we can only apply the fencing material on the other 3 remaining sides of the plot. Again, because the plot is rectangular, it has 2 dimensions, length and the width. We are representing the length as y and the width as x. So this side is also the width, so it will measure x. So now we can apply the 180 meters fencing material. So we are going to apply it onto this side. So that side measures x plus this length, which measures y, plus the other width, which is x. And this must be equal to the full length of the fencing material, 180 meters. So we can simplify this as y plus 2x being equal to 180. So let's make y the subject. So y will be equal to 180 minus 2x. This is our first equation. Now we were asked that we have to find the largest area that can be enclosed. So we also need to find the area of this rectangular plot of land. So area of the rectangular plot of land, by representing the area as A, will be equal to the length multiplied by the width. We know this formula. Area is given by length times width. But then we want the area. We want the area in terms of x. So the area in terms of x, we are going to substitute equation 1 into the area formula. So which means that anywhere we see y, we replace that with the expression 180 minus 2x. Now let's expand. Let's expand. So area will be 180 by x, that is 180x, and then minus 2x by x, that is minus 2x squared. So this is the expression for area. Now we see that the area, the area after simplification is giving us a quadratic. I hope we can all see the quadratic. Yes. So since it's a quadratic, we know that the standard way of representing a quadratic is y is equal to ax squared plus bx plus c. This is the general form of a quadratic equation. But now we are dealing with area, so y is a. So let's rearrange this. We want to rearrange this in this form. So where a is y, so a is, so the first term here should be the x squared term, minus 2x squared plus 180x. So what is a? A is minus 2, and then b is 180. So here is b. Now, because it is a quadratic, we can draw the sketch. We can draw its sketch. We have already solved a similar example. So let's see the sketch. Now, this is not yx. Y is being represented as the area. So this is x. Now, what is the shape, or what will be the shape of this quadratic function? Will it be a U shape or N shape? Remember, I could see that the coefficient of x squared here is negative. And recall that we said that anytime the coefficient of x squared is negative, we are going to get an N-shaped curve. In other words, a maximum curve. A maximum curve. So now let's find the maximum area. Yes. So this point can guide us to calculate for the maximum area. Then recall the formula that to calculate for the maximum point in terms of x. So the x coordinates of the maximum point is given by the formula minus b on 2a. We said this. So now let's do the substitution. What is b? B is positive 180, but we are looking at minus b, so minus 180 on 2a. A is negative 2. That is the coefficient of x squared. So this is minus 180 on minus 4. So this simplifies as 45. So we can say that x is 45. But what are we looking for? So we are looking for the maximum area. So to get the maximum area, we need to substitute the maximum value of x into the area function. So let's do the calculation here. I want some space. Okay, so we are almost done. The area is giving us minus 2x squared plus 180x. But the maximum value of x is 45. So a is minus 2, 45 squared plus 180, 45. Let's compute and see the results. So minus 2, 45 raised to the power 2 plus 180 multiplying 45. So area is 4050. So that is the maximum area. Maximum area is the same as largest area. Largest area. So it should be in meters squared. So the largest area that can be enclosed is 4050 meters squared. So we go for B. 35. What is the value of x in the given diagram? So first of all, I can see a straight line, and we know that angles on a straight line sum up to 180 degrees. So if this angle measures 100 degrees, then this interior angle must measure 80 degrees. Again, there is also a straight line. Angles on a straight line sum up to 180 degrees. So if here is 110 degrees, then here must be 70 degrees. Next, what is the relationship between the exterior angle of a triangle and the two opposite interior angles? So this is the relationship. The exterior angle of a triangle is equal to the sum of the two opposite interior angles. So 80 plus 70. So x is 150 degrees. Now, a second approach that we could have also used to solve this particular question. Yes, I could see angles on a straight line. So here is 80. I could also see another angle on a straight line. Here is 70. Because angles on a straight line sum up to 180 degrees. Then I can represent the remaining interior angle with a variable. So I'm selecting y. We know that the sum of the interior angles of a triangle is 180 degrees. So y plus 80 plus 70 must be equal to 180 degrees. Now, let's solve for y. So 80 plus 70, 150. So y is 180 minus 150. Y is 30 degrees. But what are we looking for? We are looking for x. And again, there is a straight line. Two angles on a straight line, x plus y, must be equal to 180 degrees. So x plus y is 30, and this must be equal to 180. So x is 180 minus 30. So x is 150 degrees. We also end up getting the same. 36. The sum of the interior angles of a polygon is 1440 degrees. How many sides has the polygon? Now recall that the sum of the interior angles of a polygon with n number of sides is given by the formula n minus 2 multiplied by 180. So for this particular polygon, the sum of its interior angle is given as 1440. So now let's solve for x. How do we solve for x? We can expand. We can expand the left hand side, or straight away we can divide each side by 180 degrees. So it depends on how you want to solve it. Okay, let's expand. So expansion, we have 180n minus 360. And this must be equal to 1440. So we have 180n being equal to 1440 plus 360. So 180n is equal to 1440 plus 360. So 1800. We are looking for n, so we divide each side by 180. So n will be 10. So this polygon has 10 sides. 37. Find the equation of the line that passes through the point. So let's name the point as P with coordinate -1, 3. That is parallel to the line with the equation 6x minus 3y is equal to 8. So now let's get the understanding of what we are supposed to do. So we have a line with the equation 6x minus 3y is equal to 8. So I'm naming this line here as line 1. Then we also have a second line. I'm naming the second line as line 2. Now, this line here passes through the point P with coordinates -1, 3. Now again, this line here is parallel, or these lines are parallel to each other. These two lines are parallel to each other. So we have to find the equation of line 2, because line 2 passes through the point P with the coordinates -1, 3. We want the equation of line 2. Now, anytime you want to calculate for the equation of a line, we need two things. We need a point on the line as well as gradient on the line. So for this particular line, we know the point. What is missing is the gradient. So how then do we calculate the gradient of line 2? Because line 2 and line 1 are parallel to each other, it means that they have the same slope. They move in the same direction. So because they move in the same direction, they have the same gradient. So let's find the gradient of line 1. Let's find the gradient of line 1. So line 1, its equation is given as 6x minus 3y is equal to 8. So to calculate for a gradient, we need to make y the subject. Let's make y the subject. So we have 6x minus 8 is equal to 3y. Now we're going to divide each term by 3. So once we divide each term by 3, we have 2x minus 8 on 3 being equal to y. So y is equal to 2x minus 8 on 3. Now the coefficient of x, after making y the subject, the coefficient of x is the gradient. So that is the gradient represented as m. So the gradient of line 1 is positive 2. And because these two lines are parallel to each other, it also means that the gradient of line 2 is also 2. Now we have a point on the line and the gradient. So we can calculate for the equation of the line using the formula y minus y1 is equal to mx minus x1, where m is the gradient. So now the x coordinate here is our x1, the y coordinate of the point is our y1. So let's do the substitution. Y minus y1 is 3. So this must be equal to the gradient, which is 2, multiplying x minus 1. So it becomes plus 1. So there is minus, and then x1 is -1. So minus 1, that is plus 1. So we have y minus 3. So let's expand. We have 2x plus 2. So y minus 2x being equal to 2 plus 3. So y minus 2x is equal to 5. So that is the equation of the required line. Y minus 2x is equal to 5. Option A. 38. A triangle has a base of 4 centimeters and a perpendicular height of 6 centimeters. So let's represent that. This is a triangle with a base 4 centimeters and a perpendicular height of 6 centimeters. Now, if the triangle is enlarged by a scale factor of 2, so it is enlarged by a scale factor of 2, then what is the area of the triangle? So now, what will be the dimensions of the enlarged triangle? So because it is enlarged by a scale factor of 2, the base length will be 4 times 2, that is 8 centimeters. And then the perpendicular height will be 6 times 2, 12 centimeters. We are looking for the area of the enlarged triangle. We know that area of a triangle is given by half times the base times the perpendicular height. So area is half. So the base here is 8 and the perpendicular height is giving us 12 centimeters. So now let's see. Half by 8 by 12. So that is 48 centimeters squared. We go for B. Now let me show you a second approach. Second approach is just calculating for the area of the original triangle. So the area of the original triangle will be half by the base length by the perpendicular height. So let's see. So the area is 12 centimeters squared. Now we want the area of the enlarged triangle with a scale factor of 2. Now take note, we are looking at area. Now area is two-dimensional. That is one thing you should know. Area is two-dimensional. So because area is two-dimensional, the scale factor that corresponds to the area will also be two-dimensional. So the scale factor was given as 2, but we are looking at scale factor in terms of area. And since area is two-dimensional, the scale factor must also be in terms of two-dimensional. So we have to square it. Because area is measured in square units, so the scale factor must also be squared. So 2 squared is 4. So to get the area of the enlarged triangle, we are going to multiply the original area, which is 12 centimeters squared, by the scale factor in terms of area. And this also gives us 48 centimeters squared. 39. A tank with a rectangular base measuring 6 meters long and 4 meters wide holds 72 meters cube of water. How deep is the water in the tank? So we have tank with a rectangular base. Okay, so the dimensions of the rectangular base, the length is given as 6 meters, the width is given as 4 meters. So we are looking at how deep the tank is. How deep the tank is. So how the deepness of the tank corresponds to the height of the tank. And then we are told that this tank holds 72 meters cube of water. So the amount of water this tank can hold, also represents the volume of water in the tank. And to calculate the volume of a cuboid, which is also the same as a rectangular base tank, is given by the formula length by width by height. So this will give us the volume of water in the tank. So let's do the substitution. The length is 6, the width is 4, we don't know the height, but the volume is 72. 6 by 4, that is 24, and then 24 by h, 24h. This should equal 72. Because we are looking for h, we divide each side by 24. So what is h? H is 3 meters. So that is the deepness of water in the tank, which also corresponds to the height of the tank. So we go for A. 40. A parallelogram has an area of 128 meters squared. So first of all, let's draw our parallelogram. So in a parallelogram, we know that the opposite sides are parallel to each other. So this side is also parallel to this side. But because the question focuses on the area, we need a perpendicular height. So this is the perpendicular height of this particular parallelogram. Now, what is the area of a parallelogram? So the area of a parallelogram is given by the formula the base length times the perpendicular height. The base length times the perpendicular height. Now we are told that if the base is twice its height, so now let's represent the perpendicular height as y. So what will be the base area in terms of y? So the base area will be 2y. The base area will be 2y. Then we have to calculate the length of its base. So now we just do substitution. So the area is given as 128 meters squared. The base length 2y, the perpendicular height as y. So we have 128, and then 2y by y, that is 2y squared. So first, let's divide each side by 2. So 128 divided by 2, that is 64. 2 will cancel out, leaving y squared. So 64 is equal to y squared. We are looking for y, so we just take the square root on both sides. So we have 8 is equal to y. So y is equal to 8 meters. But what are we looking for? We are looking for the length of its base. So the length of the base is 2y. So the base is 2y, 2 by 8, that is 16 meters. 41. A rectangular box measures 8 centimeters by 5 centimeters by 12 centimeters. How many smaller cubes with sides 2 centimeters will be used to fill the rectangular box fully? So we can solve this particular question by applying the concept of volume. So now let's find the volume of the rectangular box. So volume of the rectangular box. Now volume of rectangular box is given by the formula the length times the width times the height of the box. So what is the length? The length is giving us 8 centimeters, the width 5 centimeters, and the height 12 centimeters. So the volume of the rectangular box is 480 centimeters cube. So now let's take note of this. Next, we also have a cube with sides measuring 2 centimeters. So let's also calculate for the volume of each cube. So the volume of the cube. So volume of cube VC. So volume of a cube is given by the formula L cube, where L represents the sides of the cube, which is giving us 2. So 2 cube. So the volume of the cube will be 2 cube, that is 8 centimeters cube. Now our goal here is to find the number of cubes needed to fill the box. So to calculate that will be the volume of the rectangular box divided by the volume of each cube. So the volume of the rectangular box, we had 480 centimeters cube, and the volume of the cube, we had 8 centimeters cube. So let's divide and see. We have 60. So you would need 60 cubes to fill the rectangular box fully. So we go for B. 42. The diagonal of a rectangle measures 17 meters. So there is a diagonal of a rectangle, 17 meters. If the length is 7 meters more than the breadth, so this is the breadth, this is the length. The length is 7 meters more than the breadth. So if you represent the breadth as A, then the length will be A plus 7. Then we have to find the area of the rectangle. We know that the area of a rectangle is given by the formula length times breadth. So all that we need is to get the actual measures of the length as well as the breadth. So first of all, let's solve for A. Now to solve for A, we will see that we have a right angle triangle. So to calculate for A, we need to apply the Pythagoras theorem. And we know that from the theorem, the squared of the hypotenuse, the longest side, in this case the diagonal. So the squared of the diagonal is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. So let's begin with the length. So the squared of the length, a plus 7 all squared, plus the squared of the width, in other words, the breadth, a squared. So now let's simplify. 17 squared, that is 289. Now let's expand this. A plus 7 all squared. A plus 7 all squared is the same as a plus 7 multiplying a plus 7. So a by a squared. A by 7, 7a. 7 by a, 7a. 7 by 7, 49. So we have a squared plus 7a plus 7a, 14a plus 49. So that is for a plus 7 all squared. A squared plus 14a plus 49 and plus a squared. So we have 289. A squared plus a squared, that is 2a squared plus 14a plus 49. So let's see. 289, then 2a squared plus 14a plus 49. So we are getting a quadratic equation. So let's equate everything to 0. 2a squared plus 14a plus 49 minus 289. We have 0 equal to 2a squared plus 14a. Now 49 minus 289 minus 240. So this is also the same as 2a squared plus 14a minus 240 equal to 0. So now let's solve this quadratic equation with the help of the calculator. So 2a squared plus 14a minus 240 is equal to 0. So these are the values of a. The first value of a is 8. The second value of b is negative 15. Now we are looking at distance. It's negative 15. Distance can never be negative. In other words, we are looking at length. Length can never be negative. So we are going to disregard this particular answer and focus on the positive side. So A is 8 meters. A is 8 meters. So now let's see the actual dimensions of the rectangle. So A representing the breadth, 8 meters. The length will be 8 plus 7, which is 15 meters. Now we are looking for area of a rectangle, giving us length multiplying the breadth. So the length here is 15, the breadth is 8. 15 by 8, 120. So the area of this rectangle measures 120 meters squared. 43. A bottle which is 28 centimeters high is an exact enlargement of another bottle which is 14 centimeters high. So let's differentiate between the two bottles. I'm naming the first bottle as A, the second bottle as B. So with this, we could see that the height of the first bottle, so I'm naming the height of the first bottle as H1, measures 14 centimeters. So that is the height of the smaller bottle, and the height of the bigger bottle H2 measures 28 centimeters. We are told that bottle B is an enlargement of bottle A. So because it is an enlargement of bottle A, let's calculate for the scale factor. So the scale factor K will be the height of the second bottle divided by the height of the first bottle. So 28 divided by 14. So that is 2. So the scale factor here is 2. That is for the height. Now, if the bigger bottle holds 650 centimeters cube of water, or let's say any liquid, so that is the capacity. The capacity of the bigger bottle is giving us 650 centimeters cube. Then what is the exact capacity of the smaller bottle? So we want the capacity of the smaller bottle. So there is one thing about scale factor in terms of distance, area, and volume. Now capacity here is also the same as the volume of the bottle. Now the scale factor in terms of area, take note, the scale factor in terms of area will always be the squared of the scale factor. Why? Because area is two-dimensional. Area is two-dimensional. That is the reason why we measure area in square units. So the scale factor that corresponds to area is the squared of the scale factor. Also, when it comes to volume, the scale factor that corresponds to volume is cube of the scale factor. Why? Because volume is three-dimensional. Because volume is three-dimensional, it is measured in cubic units. It is measured in cubic units. So that is one thing that you should know. So now we are representing the capacity of the smaller bottle as C1 and the capacity of the bigger bottle as C2. So now we know that to calculate for the scale factor using volume, we go by a similar approach as the first. So this time the capacity of the bigger bottle divided by the capacity of the smaller bottle must be equal to the scale factor that relates to volume. So that is the scale factor Q. I've already explained this. That is the key thing that you should know. Now the rest is substitution. The rest is substitution. Now what is C2? C2 is the capacity of the bigger bottle, giving us 650 centimeters cube. And then the capacity of the smaller bottle, we don't know. What is K? K is the scale factor in terms of the height. Scale factor we had 2, but the scale factor that corresponds to the capacity should be in cube. That is the scale factor raised to the power 3. So we have 650 on C1, 2 raised to the power 3, that is 8. Now let's solve for C1. So we have 650 on C1 going into it. So this is over 1. We can cross multiply. When we cross multiply, we have 650 equal to 8C1. So we divide each side by 8. So what is C1? 650 divided by 8. Let's see. 650 divided by 8, 81.25. 81.25. The unit should be in centimeters cube. So that is how we can solve this particular question. 44. Find the equation of a line passing through the point of intersection of these two lines. The first line is given by the equation 2x plus y minus 7 is equal to 0. And then the second line is given by the equation y minus x minus 1 is equal to 0. So first of all, let's find the point of intersection. Now, to find the point of intersection of two lines, what do? We need to solve the two equations simultaneously. So before we start solving, let's arrange them in the standard form. So in the standard form, the x variable first, followed by the y variable, and this must be equal to the constant. So to get a constant, we transpose minus 7 to the right, becomes positive 7. So that is the first equation. 2x plus y is equal to 7, equation 1. Now we repeat the same process. We need to rearrange the second equation in the standard form. So in the standard form, x variable first, followed by y variable, and this must be equal to the constant. So when you transpose negative 1 to the right, it becomes positive 1. So the second equation, we have minus x plus y is equal to 1, equation 2. Now, with the help of the calculator, let's solve these two equations. So after solving the equation, these are the values that we are going to get. The value of x is 2, and the value of y is 3. So meaning that the point of intersection of the two lines is given by 2, 3. Now, we also know that to find the equation of a straight line, we need two things. We need a point on the line and the gradient of the line. Now, we know the point on the line. What is left is the gradient of the line. Now, we are told that this line that we are looking for is perpendicular to this given line. So first of all, let's find the gradient of this line. Let's find the gradient of the line 2y minus 8x is equal to 5. Now, to find the gradient of a line, we just have to make y the subject. So to make y the subject, what do? So 2y is equal to 5 plus 8x. So now we can divide each term by 2. So 2 will cancel out, leaving y as 5 on 2 plus 4x. So we have y is equal to 4x plus 5 on 2. Now, after making y the subject, the coefficient of x is the gradient. So the gradient of this line is 4. But what is the relationship between the gradient of this line and the gradient of the line that we are looking for? So anytime two lines are perpendicular to each other, so this is line 1, this is line 2, it follows that the gradient of one line is the negative reciprocal of the other. Take note. Anytime two lines are perpendicular to each other, then it follows that the gradient of one line is the negative reciprocal of the other. So with this, let's find the perpendicular gradient. So the perpendicular gradient. So I'm representing the perpendicular gradient as m. So the perpendicular gradient will be the negative reciprocal of 4. So first of all, the reciprocal of 4 is the same as 4 on 1. So the reciprocal means we are turning it upside down. Reciprocal is 1 on 4. But then we are looking at the negative reciprocal. So the negative reciprocal will be negative 1 on 4. So that is the gradient. That is the gradient of the line we are looking for. So now all is set. We know that to find the equation of a line, we need a point on the line. So there is a point on the line and the gradient of the line. So this is our x1. This is our y1. Okay, so using the formula y minus y1 is equal to mx minus x1. So let's do the substitution. What is y1? Y1 is 3. Our m is negative 1 on 4. So x minus x1. X1 is 2. Next, we want to do away with the fraction. That is, we need to multiply each term by the LCM. So let me repeat this. We are going to multiply each term by the LCM. So this by the LCM, which is 4. This by the LCM, which is 4. Then the last term by the LCM, which is 4. Now let's simplify. We have 4y minus 12. Then this 4 and this 4 cancel out, leaving minus 1 multiplying x minus 2. Let me repeat this here. 4y minus 12 is equal to minus x minus 2. So we are going to expand the bracket to the negative. So we have minus x plus 2. So we have 4y plus x minus 12 minus 2 is equal to 0. Because looking at the alternatives, everything was set to 0. So now we can simplify. Minus 12 minus 2, that is minus 14. So this is the equation of the required line. 4y plus x minus 14 is equal to 0. 45. The length of a rectangular football field is 102 meters, while its breadth is 82 meters. So we have our rectangular football field. The length is giving us 102 meters, and the breadth is giving us 82 meters. If the field is to be fenced completely, leaving 2 meters of space for iron gates, so we are going to leave 2 meters of space for iron gate. So now let's place the iron gate here. We know that the length of the iron gate measures 2 meters. So it also follows that this particular length cannot be fenced. We are not going to fence this particular length. So that is the only trick about this question. So what quantity of wire mesh will be needed for the fence? So now let's start fencing the field. So we can fence this length. Now this length measures 82 meters. Then we continue with the fencing. This length measures 102 meters. Then we fence this particular length, that is 82 meters. Now to the part where we have the iron gate. So we know that the full length without the iron gate measures 102 meters. We are going to subtract the 2 meters length of the iron gate, leaving the length to be 100 meters. So now let's calculate the total length of the fencing material. 82 meters plus 102 meters plus 82 meters plus 100 meters. So the length of the fencing material will be 366 meters. 44. A rectangular swimming pool measures 20 meters by 15 meters. So the whole of this shape represents our swimming pool. Now these are the dimensions of the swimming pool. The length is given as 20 meters and the width is given as 15 meters. What length will Abu cover if he swims across the diagonal? So the red line represents the diagonal. So let's represent the length of the diagonal as D. So you could see that this part of the swimming pool is forming a right angle triangle. So this is our 90 degrees angle. So the diagonal becomes the hypotenuse, which is the longest side. Now we know that from Pythagoras theorem, the square of the longest side, that is the diagonal. So the square of d squared is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. So 20 squared plus 15 squared. So d squared is now 20 squared, that is 400, and then 15 squared, 225. So d squared will be 400 plus 225, 625. D squared is equal to 625. We are looking for d, so we just take the square root on both sides. So the square root and the square root cancel out, leaving d, and then square root of 625, that is 25. So the length of the diagonal measures 25 meters, which also represents the distance or the length Abu will cover when he swims across the diagonal. So we go for A. 47. A ladder leans on the top of a wall. So let's see how we lean a ladder against a wall. So first, there must be a level ground, and this is our vertical wall. We know that the vertical wall and the level ground will always meet at an angle of 90 degrees. So now we can lean the ladder against the wall. So this is the ladder. That is the ladder. So a ladder leans on the top of a wall and makes an angle of 80 degrees at the bottom. So there is an angle of 80 degrees at the bottom of the ladder. And then the bottom of the ladder is 2 meters away from the foot of the wall. So this is the foot of the wall. This is the bottom of the ladder. The distance between them measures 2 meters. What is the height of the wall where the ladder reaches? So we are looking at the height of the wall, which represents this particular distance. So now let's represent the height of the wall as h. Next, we need to identify the side of this right angle triangle. So we know that the longest side is the hypotenuse, the side facing the 80 degrees, or the side facing the acute angle is the opposite, and then the remaining side is the adjacent. So we know the adjacent, we are looking for the opposite. So let's refer from SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA. Which of them has adjacent and opposite? So obviously that is TOA. And what does TOA says? TOA says that the tan of an acute angle, so the angle here is 80, is equal to the length of the opposite. The opposite is h divided by the length of the adjacent, giving us 2. So tan 80 is the same as tan 80 on 1. 1 times h that is h. Tan 80 times 2, that is 2 tan 80. So what is h? 2 tan 80. So to two decimal places, we have 11.34 in meters. But looking at the alternatives, we don't have this exact answer, but then the closest is option B. 48. A building which is 25 meters high casts a shadow on the ground. So let's represent this on the diagram. So first of all, there must be a level ground, and this is our building. So the building meets the level ground at an angle of 90 degrees. Now we are told that the height of the building measures 25 meters. Now this building, which is 25 meters high, casts a shadow on the ground. So the shadow will be in line with the ground. The shadow will be on the ground. So the ground level also represents the shadow. Now, if the angle the shadow makes on the ground is 42 degrees. So when we join this, we are looking at the angle the shadow makes with the ground, 42 degrees. Then what is the distance from the tip of the shadow? So this is the tip of the shadow to the foot of the building. This is the foot of the building. We are looking at the distance. Let's represent the distance as D. So now let's identify the sides of this right angle triangle. The longest side is the hypotenuse. The side facing the acute angle is the opposite. And then the other side represents the adjacent. So we know our opposite. We are looking for the adjacent. So let's refer from SOHCAHTOA. So which of them has opposite and adjacent? So that is TOA. And we know that TOA says that the tan of an acute angle, that is 42, is equal to the length of the opposite. Opposite 25 meters divided by the length of the adjacent. The adjacent is D. So tan 42 on 1, we can cross multiply. So we have tan 42 times D, that is D tan 42, and then 1 by 25, that is 25. We have D tan 42 equal to 25. Because we are looking for D, we divide each side by tan 42. Tan 42. So these two will cancel out, leaving D as 25 on tan 42. So what is 25 on tan 42? Okay, so to one decimal place, we have 27.8 meters. We'll go for option B. 49. From the top of a coconut tree of height 15 meters. So first, let's represent this information on the diagram. So first, there is a level ground, and this is the coconut tree. Remember that the coconut tree and the level ground will meet at an angle of 90 degrees. The height of the coconut tree measures 15 meters. So from the top, so this is the top of the coconut tree. From the top of the coconut tree, Kwame saw his mom and dad on the same side. So saw his mom and dad on the same side. So that is on the, we are selecting the right hand side. through an angle of depression. This time we are looking at angle of depression. So for angle of depression, we know that it is the angle below the horizontal line of sight. So first of all, let's represent the horizontal line of sight. There's a horizontal line of sight. So any line below the horizontal line of sight. So the angle of depression of his dad measures 75 degrees. So here is 75 degrees. That is the angle of depression for his dad. And then the angle of depression for his mom was 40 degrees. So also from this point, the angle below the horizontal line of sight. So mom is 40 degrees. So this is the angle of depression for his mom. So now, how far apart are his mom and dad? So we are looking at the distance between mom and dad. I'm representing the distance as x. The distance from the foot of the coconut tree to his dad as y. So let's take note. Now I want us to get the angles inside the right angle triangle. And we can all recall from angle properties of parallel lines. That is, angle formed from the alphabet Z, alternating angles. What is the relationship between alternating angles? Alternating angles are equal. So now the angle of depression for his dad, that is 75. Let's take note. For his dad is this. This is the Z. This is the Z. So that is 75 degrees. And then for his mom, the alternating angle is this side, 40 degrees. So let's identify the side of the right angle triangle. So the longest side is the hypotenuse. So this side is the hypotenuse. The side facing the two angles is the opposite. And obviously the remaining side is the adjacent. So now let's consider the first right angle triangle, the one shaded in blue. We know the length of the opposite. We are looking for the adjacent. In this case, we are looking for y. So opposite and adjacent, that is from SOHCAHTOA, obviously that is TOA. So TOA says that the tan, the acute angle in this right angle is 75 degrees. Tan 75 should be equal to the length of the opposite, which is 15, divided by the length of the adjacent, which is y. Let's make y the subject. So tan 75 on 1. We cross multiply. We have y tan 75 being equal to 1 by 15, that is 15. So because we are looking for y, we divide each side by tan 75. So tan 75 will cancel out, leaving y as 15 on tan 75. So that is for y. Let's also work out that of the next right angle triangle. So for the next right angle triangle, we are looking at the bigger right angle triangle, the one shaded in green. Okay, so let's pay attention to the green, the bigger one. So from the bigger one, yes, we know the length of the opposite, and then we know we are looking for the length of the adjacent. So also using tan, this time tan 40 should be equal to the length of the opposite, which is 15, divided by the length of the adjacent. Now here we have to be extra careful. The length of the adjacent is the whole of this distance. So the length of the adjacent will be y plus x, which is the same as x plus y. Because we are looking at the bigger right angle triangle, the length of the adjacent will be the sum of x and then y. Now let's make x plus y the subject. So we divide this by 1, x plus y by tan 40. That is x plus y tan 40, and then 1 by 15, that is 15. So what do? We divide each side by tan 40, here by tan 40. So tan 40 will cancel out, leaving x plus y as 15 on tan 40. Now let's make x the subject, because that is the distance between Kwame's mom and dad. So when we make x the subject, we have x as 15 on tan 40 minus y. So what is y? This is y. Y is giving us 15 on tan 75. So let's do the substitution. Let's do the substitution. So we have x as 15 on tan 40 minus 15 on tan 75. So this is calculator work. 15 on tan 40 minus 15 on tan 75. Okay, so x is 13.857. But looking at the alternatives, it was corrected to one decimal place. So even with one decimal place, the distance should have been 13.9 meters. So the closest of the answer is B, 13.8 meters. 50. The marks obtained by 10 children in a mental drill are as follows. So these are the marks. We are to find the median mark. So to find the median mark, first of all, we need to arrange the data in order of magnitude. So we are arranging the data from the least mark to the highest mark. So now the least mark, the first one, that is 1. So we are done with 1. The next one is 3. So for 3, we have 2 of them. The next least number is 5. So 5 is gone. And the next one is 7. So we have 2 of them. 7 is gone. Yes, what's left? We have 8. So 8 is gone. And then finally, we are left with 9. 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. So we are done. 1, 2, 3. So now let's identify the middle number. Remember, we have 10 different marks. So we will have 2 numbers at the middle. The 2 numbers at the middle, that is 7 and 7. So 7 and 7 are the same. So we can select 7 as the median mark, or you can still find the average of the two numbers. So the average of the two numbers will be 7 plus 7, which is 14. Then we divide by 2, which will still give us 7. So we are done with question 15. Next, we have a bar graph that shows the number of fruits in a container of a fruit seller. So for orange, we have 15 of them. For mango, we have 10. Guava, we have 5. Pear, we have 15. And then apple, we have 25. So first of all, let's calculate the total number of fruits. Let's calculate the total number of fruits. So the total number of fruits, 15 plus 10 plus 5 plus 15 plus 25. Let's see. 15 plus 10 plus 5 plus 15 plus 25. So we have a total of 70 fruits in the container. Next, we are to find the fraction of fruits that are mango and pear. So mango and pear. Let's see their total. Mango, we have 10. Pear, we have 15. So this gives us a total of 25. So finally, fraction of fruits that are mango and pear will be the total number of fruits that are mango and pear, that is 25, divided by the total number of fruits in the container. So in the lowest form, 25 on 70. 25 on 70, that is 5 on 14. 5 on 14. 52. The mean weight of 7 BSc students is 38 kilograms. So we can create a formula. That is, we know that to calculate for the mean weight of 7 students, that is equal to the sum of the individual weight of the 7 students divided by 7. Now, their mean weight is giving us 38. So this should be equal to sum of 7 divided by 7. Now let's make sum of 7 the subjects. So 38 is the same as 38 on 1. We cross multiply. 38 by 7, 266. Then 1 by sum of 7, that is sum of 7. So sum of 7 is giving us 266. Now what is the meaning of sum of 7 is equal to 266? That means that when we sum up the individual ages of the 7 students, it should give us a total of 266 kilograms. Now let's move on. If two students of the same weight, the two students are of the same weight, are added to the group, the mean weight changes to 41 kilograms. So initially, there were 7 students in BSA's classroom. Now we are adding the weight of 2 students. So now to take their total number to 9. So now let's calculate let's find the formula for calculating the mean weight of 9 students. We know that the mean weight of 9 students is equal to the sum of the weight of the 9 students divided by 9. Now, the mean weight of the 9 students is giving us 41. So this must be equal to sum of 9 divided by 9. So 41 on 1, we cross multiply. 41 by 9, 369. And then 1 by sum of 9, That is sum of 9. So sum of 9 is 369. Again, what is the meaning of sum of 9 is equal to 369? So sum of 9 here means that when you add the individual weight of all the 9 students to give us a total of 369 kilograms. Now, can we tell the weight of the 2 students? So the weight of the 2 students. When they were 7, their total weight was 266. But when we added the weight of 2 extra students, it took the total to 369 kilograms. So the weight of the 2 students will be the difference. 369 minus 266. That is 103. 103. But take note that the 2 students had the same weight. The 2 students had the same weight. So if that's the case, then we should be able to calculate the weight of each student. So the weight of each student will be half of 103. So that is 51.5 kilograms. So that is the weight of each student. Next, the diagram below shows the distance covered by Antiama walking from her hometown. So there's a starting point, hometown, to hospital in another town. So that is her destination, hospital. So the distance is represented along the vertical axis. So there is a distance. The unit for the distance is in kilometers. And this is the time. The time is measured on the horizontal axis. So now let's see the interpretation of her movement. This is a distance time graph. So she started walking from her hometown. So it started at exactly 10 o'clock a.m. Then she walked for 1 hour. That is up to 11 o'clock a.m. We see that from 11 o'clock to 11:30, the line is horizontal, meaning that she was resting. She was resting from 11 o'clock to 11:30. So she rested for 30 minutes. She was resting. Then from 11:30 to 12:30, she walked until she got to the hospital. Now, at what speed could Auntie Amma walk to reach the hospital in 1 hour without resting on the way? We are looking at speed. We know that speed is giving us distance divided by time. Distance divided by time. So in all, how much distance did she travel? So the distance she traveled, total distance she traveled was 2 kilometers. It was 2 kilometers. Now let's also calculate the time. So we are looking at the time without resting. So from 11 o'clock to 12:30, that is 2 hours 30 minutes. And then she rested for 30 minutes. So we are looking at the time without resting. So when you take away 30 minutes from 2 hours 30 minutes, we are left with only 2 hours. So to the lowest form, this gives us 1 kilometer per hour. That is a speed without resting. 1 kilometer per hour. 1 kilometer per hour. So we go for A. 54. The pie chart below shows the favorite foods of students in a primary school. So kenke, rice, banku, and gari. So that is for the pie chart. Now, if there are 60 students, we have a total of 60 students in the class. Then what number of students like kenke? So this is what we are going to do. The total angle inside a pie chart is 360 degrees. So this 360 degrees corresponds to the total number of students. That is 60 students. But we are looking for the number of students who like kenke. So the number of students who like kenke corresponds to the angle for kenke. So it is the angle for kenke that will guide us to calculate for the number of students who like kenke. So now let's calculate the angle for kenke. So for rice, we have a total of 90 in terms of angle. Bankum is 150, gari 48. So now let's represent the angle for kenke as y. So when we sum up all these four angles, it should give us the total angle in pie chart, which is 360. So 90 plus 150 plus 48, 288 plus y is equal to 360. So let's make y the subject. 360 minus 288. So y is 72 degrees. So that is the angle for kenke, 72 degrees. So if 360 degrees corresponds to 60 students, then 72 degrees must also correspond to a certain number of students. So if less, more divide. So 72 degrees divided by 360 times 60 students. 72 on 360 by 60. 12. So we have a total of 12 students. So 12 students like kenke. We go for C. 55. We have a frequency distribution table which shows the ages of crèche and kindergarten pupils. Our goal here is to find the approximate mean age. We want the mean age of the pupils. So let's transform the frequency table into a vertical table. So the age of pupils will be represented as x and the number of people as frequency. So the ages we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. And these are their corresponding frequencies. So students or people whose age are 1, we have 3 of them. 2 years, we have 7 of them. 3 years, 10. 4 years, we have 5. 5 years, we have 2. And then 6 years, we have 3. Now the next heading will be fx. Fx here means you have to multiply the frequency and then age. Or in other words, you have to multiply f and x. So 1 by 3, that is 3. 2 by 7, 14. 3 by 10, 30. 4 by 5, 20. 5 by 2, 10. And 6 by 3, 18. Now we know that the mean is given by the formula summation fx divided by summation f. So we need summation f. So summation f is the sum of the frequencies. So 3 plus 7 plus 10 plus 5 plus 2 plus 3, 30. So we have a total of 30 pupils in the two classes. Now let's also find summation fx. For summation fx, we need to sum up all the numbers under fx. So 3 plus 40 plus 30 plus 20 plus 10 plus 18. So this also gives us a total of 95. Now let's calculate the mean. Summation fx 95, and then summation f, we have 30. 95 divided by 30. Okay, so we have 3.167. That is to 3 decimal places. But for the options, it was corrected to 1 decimal place. To 1 decimal place, that will be 3.2. 3.2. And then looking at the alternatives, the one which is closer to 3.2 is 3. 56. The mean age of 10 people who attended a club meeting is 86. So we know that to calculate for the mean age of the 10 people, we need to sum up the individual ages of the 10 people, then we divide by 10. So their mean age is given as 86. So 86 is given as sum of 10 divided by 10. So this is on 1, we cross multiply. 1 by sum of 10, that is sum of 10. And then 86 by 10, 860. So what is the meaning of sum of 10 is equal to 860? Meaning that when we sum up the individual ages of the 10 people, it will give us a total of 860. Now, a new member joins the club and their average age becomes 83. So initially there were 10 people. Now they've added the age of a new member. So now their total number is 11. So how do we calculate for the mean age of 11 people? So the mean age of 11 people is the sum of the individual ages of the 11 people divided by 11. Now what is the mean age of the 11 people? That is 83. So 83 is equal to sum of 11 divided by 11. So 83 on 1, we cross multiply. 1 by sum of 11, that is sum of 11. And then 83 by 11, 913. Again, sum of 11 means that when we add up the individual ages of the 11 people, it will give us a total of 913. So now if a new member is the youngest, then we should be able to calculate the age of the new member. So the age of the new member who also happens to be the youngest. How do we calculate that? So initially they were 10. When they were 10, their total age was 860. Now when they added the age of the new member who happens to be the youngest person, their total age rose to 913. So to calculate for the age of the new member, we just find the difference. 913 minus 860. 913 minus 860. This is 50. 3. So that is the age of the youngest person. Age of the youngest, 53 years. Now, we are told that the range of their ages, so the range of their ages, that is for the 11 people, is 40. So their range is giving us 40 years. Then what is the age of the oldest person? So age of the oldest, that is what we are looking for. I'm representing the age of the oldest as y. Now, what is the formula for calculating the range? We know that the range will be equal to the age of the oldest person minus the age of the youngest person. So this is the formula. Now we know the range as 40. The age of the oldest person we don't know. Let's represent that as y minus the age of the youngest person, giving us 53. So let's make y the subject. Let's make y the subject. So we have 40 being equal to y minus 53. So we have 40 plus 53 is equal to y. 40 plus 53, that is 93. So y is 93 years. So that is the age of the oldest person, 93 years. 57. A fair coin is tossed twice. So first of all, let's list all the possible outcomes. So this is the first coin. The first coin, the possible outcome is head and tail. Now the second coin, head and the tail. So let's create our table. Now these are the set of all possible outcomes. You can get a head for the first true and a head for the second true. You can also get a head and a tail. You can also get a tail and a head. You can also get a tail and a tail. So these are the possible outcomes, 4 possible outcomes. So that is the sample space. The sample space is 4 because we have 4 possible outcomes. Now, what is the probability of obtaining exactly 2 heads? Exactly 2 heads. So let's see. We want 2 heads. So this is 1. Yes, I think it is only one possible outcome. We have only one possible outcome. So the probability of obtaining exactly 2 heads is 1 and 4. 58. In a class of 36 girls, 28 are wearing earrings. If a girl is selected at random, what is the probability that she is not wearing earrings? So we are looking at probability that the girl is not wearing earrings. So the probability that the girl is not wearing earrings will be equal to the number of girls who are not wearing earrings. So in the class, we have 36 girls. And out of the 36 girls, 28 are wearing earrings. So the number of girls who are not wearing earrings will be the difference, 36 minus 8. That is 8 girls. 8 girls are not wearing earrings. So the probability will be number of girls who are not wearing earrings divided by total number of girls. So we have a total of 36 girls in the class. So let's simplify. 8 on 36 to the lowest form. So that is 2 on 9. 2 on 9. 59. In a netball competition, the probability that Amma hits her target. So probability that Amma hits her target is giving us 3 and 4. So what is the probability that Amma misses her target? So the probability that Amma misses her target will be 1 minus 3 on 4, simplified as 1 on 4. And also the probability that AC hits her target is giving us 3 on 5. So what is the probability that AC misses her target? So that would be 1 minus 3 on 5, simplified as 2 on 5. Now, our main goal is to find the probability that only one of them hits her target. So probability that only one of them hits her target. So the probability that only one of them hits the target can be interpreted as the first one. It could be that Amma hits her target and AC misses her target. So that is one condition. Or it is also possible that AC hits her target and this time Amma misses her target. So these are the two conditions. So now let's do substitution. What is the probability that Amma hits her target? So that is 3 on 4. Now take note, in probability language, the word and denotes multiplication and the word or denotes addition. This is something that you should take note of. So anywhere we see and, we replace it with what? Multiplication. So probability that Amma misses her target, that is 2 on 5. Or means addition. Probability that AC hits her target, 3 on 5. And means multiplication. Probability that Amma misses her target, giving us 1 on 4. So we can just simplify. 3 on 4 by 2 on 5. This is 3 on 10 plus the next bracket 3 on 5 by 1 on 4. Also 3 on 20. 3 on 20. So 3 on 10 plus 3 on 20. 9 on 20. 9 on 20. So that is the answer. Last question. In a class of 40 students, 15 are boys. If 2 students are selected at random, one after the other without replacement, this is the key word, without replacement, what is the probability that they are both girls? So in the class, number of boys is given as 15. What will be the number of girls? Number of girls will be 25. So that will be the difference, 40 minus 15. Now we are selecting 2 students at random from the class. The key word is that we are selecting without replacement. So we want the probability that both students are girls. So for both students to be girls, it means that the first student is a girl and the second student is also a girl. So what is the probability of selecting a girl? Probability of selecting a girl is 25 out of 40. Now we know that in probability the word and denotes multiplication. Now what is the probability of selecting the second girl? Remember, the selection is done without replacement. So at first, the total number of girls were 25. Now we have selected one girl out of the class, so we are left with 24 girls. Now what happens to the total? So the total will also decrease by 1 because we have taken one girl out. So now let's simplify. 25 on 40 by 24 on 39. Okay, so we have 5 on 13. 5 on 13. So we go for option C.